Level 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. Is the mic on?
Okay, we do have you, Frank.
Okay.
I just want to double check with the.
Good. Good.
You doing good, are you? Okay. He doesn't
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara.
Frank, please.
We're currently closed to spectators, but you can catch the live racing action on FortErieRacing.com, or online wagering is available across Canada at HPIBet.com. We are racing this year Mondays and Tuesdays at 1:20 p.m. with our pre-race show beginning at 12:45 p.m. Always available to serve you on our website at FortErieRacing.com, and again this year's live racing schedule Monday and Tuesday at 1:20 p.m. Now kick back and enjoy the show. Finally going to be set to go racing for 2020 because it's Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. Because of the world health situation, no live spectators until further notice, but you can watch our live action on our website at forterieracing.com and the online wagering portal across Canada, hpibet.com. That's horseplayerinteractive.com. hpibet.com.
They're still working on it.
Okay.
Say keep talking.
Okay. Let's see. Live racing action begins Monday and Tuesday at 1:20 p.m. And our website is always available to serve you for the live stream and much more information at forterieracing.com. So we are, yep.
Just, we're not sure how to take your audio off of the streaming, so and we are early on the streaming today, so just a caution that when you're talking, and I'm just waiting for you to get your audio, and then we can be good. Sorry for staying by your side.
Hi, Trish. I'm fine. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack with Dion Reinhardt and his crack amazing crew right here on your TV Niagara.
Okay, Frank. So Steve is ready, and we are ready when you are. Do you have his name? Steve ready? Yep. Okay. Yep. Go ahead, Frank, when you're ready.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, the 2020 inaugural edition, right here and only exclusively on your TV Niagara. Well, because of the world health situation, we are closed to live spectators, regrettably, until further notice. But you can catch our live action every Monday and Tuesday, post time 1:20 p.m., the pre-race show at 12:45 p.m. on FortErieRacing.com and the national online wagering portal, which is hpibet.com. That stands for Horseplayer Interactive. So again, post time this year, Monday and Tuesday, 1:20 p.m., and our replay show every week, very user-friendly and easily memorable post time at 8 p.m. on Thursday nights, right here on your TV Niagara. Thanks a lot for being back with us, everyone. We are really ecstatic to be back and racing and enjoy the show and enjoy the racing because it's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, once again for 2020, only on your TV Niagara.
You're clear, Frank. We're just double checking it, make sure that's good.
I'll do another one if that's too long. website, FortErieRacing.com, and the national online wagering portal, HPIBet.com, standing for Horseplayer Interactive. Live racing this year, Monday and Tuesday at 1:20 p.m. And our replay show right here on Your TV Niagara is each and every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Now kick back and enjoy the show. We're glad to be back racing with you into 2020 because it's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on Your TV Niagara. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time, the 2020 inaugural edition from Fort Erie Racetrack. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on Your TV Niagara. We are ecstatic to be back and racing with you into the 2020 season. No live racing spectators at the track this year because of the world health situation. Perhaps live spectators will be back soon. However, it is the world health situation that prevents us from hosting you for live racing at this time. But you can follow us on our website at FortErieRacing.com and the national online wagering portal, HPIBet.com, standing for Horseplayer Interactive. So again, live racing this year at 1:20 p.m., the pre-race show at 12:45 p.m., and our weekly replay show every Thursday night at 8 p.m. right here on Your TV Niagara. We are ecstatic to be back and bringing you the live racing action. And kick back and enjoy our first show of 2020 now because it's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on Your TV Niagara.
Racetrack, and we have 8 races on the program. So without further ado, race 1's coming up, so let's jump right into it. We have
And there's the live shot, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the 2020 season of live racing action from historic Fort Erie Racetrack in the Fort Erie, Buffalo, Niagara region. Counting down the minutes to first race post time at 1:20 p.m. 123rd season of live racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack, and be the understatement perhaps of the half century to say we are absolutely ecstatic on behalf of our staff and horse people to be back with you to bring you the live racing action for 2020. In spite of the world health situation, No live spectators to start the year this year at Fort Erie Racetrack. That's going to be a lot different, and we certainly are going to miss you. But press on we will, with first race post time fast approaching at 1:20 p.m. And our live racing schedule this year, Monday and Tuesday at 1:20 p.m. every week, right through to the end of the meet on October 13th. That's our live racing schedule, Monday and Tuesday at 1:20 p.m. Eastern. HPIBet.com, your way to watch and wager on the races across Canada from Fort Erie Racetrack. And if you become a member today, there is a $100 bonus. And your first bet will be on HPIBet.com. That's HPIBet.com. Join for free today. Our replay show is back this year at a new post time, and that's Your TV Niagara, Thursdays at 8 p.m. Cable channel 700 in Fort Erie, Welland, and the Niagara region for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. That's our weekly replay show, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on channel 700 in the region on the Cogeco system on Your TV Niagara. And on our website, high definition audio and video this year. Watch live in HD at forterieracing.com. Always available to serve you, our website. Now bringing you the action in HD at forterieracing.com, as well as all of the news about all of the happenings here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We will miss having live spectators here, at least for the start of the meet this year, in view of the world health situation. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for following us on the internet. Sorry we are live. No live spectators to start the meet this year from Fort Erie Racetrack in view of the world health situation. Now, if you have your pens and pencils at the ready, here are the changes for Opening Day 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. In the first race, number 2, Perfect Road, 2 pounds over. Vet Scratch of number 4, Raspberry Wild. In race 2, number 2, Sent from Heaven, Vet Scratch. 4, Big Classic, 1 pound over. 5, Milwaukee Magic, also 1 pound over in race 2, start of the early 20-cent pick 4. In the third race, there is a jockey change on number 3, 77 Stone, make it Melanie Pinto. Melanie Pinto, the rider change on 3, 77 Stone in race 3. And number 4, Good Old Hockey Game, should not be noted as having a bar shoe. No bar shoe for number 4, Good Old Hockey Game in race 3. In the fourth race, 2 Awesome Flight, there is a jockey change to Nikki Alderson. Nikki Alderson to ride 2 Awesome Flight in race 4. Still in that fourth race, 3 My Final Trick, 4 pounds over. Race 4 is the start of the 20-cent pick 5. 20-cent pick 5 starting on race 4. In the fifth race, weight changes. 2 It's Nice to Be Nice, 1 pound over. 3 Pachamama, racing 2 pounds over. In the sixth race, 2 Chairman's Venom, 4 pounds over. Number 4, A Little Irish Luck, 2 pounds over. 5 Stellara, 3 pounds over. Race 6 will be the start of this program's last 20-cent pick 3. In the seventh race, to kick off the program's final rolling daily double, number 3 Fleck, 1 pound over. 7 About a Girl, 3 pounds over. Out of the eighth race, Vet Scratch of number 1, Wall Street Wolf. The 8th race, scene of the daily 20-cent jackpot high five pentafecta. High five on the 8th. Welcome back, everyone, live inside our studio here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We are extremely pleased to be back with you for live racing action. What a relief. It is a regret that we will not have you, our great live crowd, on hand with us to at least start the season. I'm sure you understand in view of the world health situation, but thanks for putting up with that to watch us online. We want to especially extend a welcome at this time to all of those of you restricted to watching us on hpibet.com, forterieracing.com, all of the viewers across the United States of America and across the world. Thank you so much for being with us. Press on, we will, and a lot of relief and happiness, a lot of happy faces out there amongst our horse people and staff to be back bringing you the live racing action from historic Fort Erie Racetrack, first of 39 programs that we're going to be presenting to you for our 2020 live racing season. So let's get right into some handicapping, shall we? And try to lead you onto the path to some winning tickets for our inaugural card of this 2020 campaign and 123rd season of live action at Fort Erie Racetrack. In the first race, the claiming field to run at 5 furlongs. Scratched is number 4, Raspberry Wild. I'm going to go 5, 3, and 2 in this first race situation. Number 5, Glorious Freedom, will not be any kind of a unanimous choice, I don't think. Glorious Freedom gets my top call because of the blinkers going on, a class relief note. There is the turn back in distance and a recent bullet workout. And also I note that Glorious Freedom is 5 starts into the 2020 campaign. That's why I went with this horse on top, perhaps a slight conditioning angle. However, our track handicapper and tip sheet author Ashley Mayu, she, along with the Daily Racing Form, and our morning line odds setter Bill McGurr from Equibase.com, they all go in the direction of number 3, D Wonderful, on the basis of a strong trainer and jockey combination and the turn back in distance. But in that first race, the 2020 Curtain Riser here in Fort Erie, I'm going to give number 5, Glorious Freedom, a shot in hopes of getting a slightly better price. On to race 2, claiming field to run at 5 furlongs, Vet Scratch of number 2, Sent from Heaven. I'm going 3, 4, and 5 in the situation with number 3, Silent Contempt, on the top of my ticket. Current form dating to the 24th of February. Big time winner recently at Mahoning Valley for trainer and owner Kevin Buttigieg, teaming up with rider Chris Husbands here in the situation. Also, we get a recent bullet workout on May 28th and a very strong lifetime win tab for Silent Contempt, winning 8 of 19 lifetime starts. And that winning habit is noted by all of our selectors on race 2. Ashley Mayu, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's morning line, all going with number 3 on the top of the ticket in race 2. Race 2, the start of the early 20-cent pick 4. On to the third race. Starter optional claiming event at 6 furlongs. 1, 4, and 5 is the consensus view here. Number 1, Anachoic, showing the trainer claim angle here for Elliott Sullivan, certainly an impact player in the training ranks since he arrived here a couple of years ago. Anachoic will be teaming up with rider Emil Ramsamy, who turned in a lot of great performances back in 2019 here at Fort Erie Racetrack. 1, 4, and 5, you don't see this very often, but this is a consensus call for Ashley, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's morning line. 1, 4, and 5, we all agree on the top 3 in that order. Good Old Hockey Game should not be noted as racing with a bar shoe, but Good Old Hockey Game really, to me, an interesting entrant here on the basis of a lifetime bankroll north of $500,000 for the great veteran here. Number 5, Mr. Nada, no slouch, certainly an upset prospect, with a strong on-the-board percentage of 60% for the Fort Erie starts for number 5, Mr. Nada. But a total consensus call is number 1, Anachoic, in race 3. On to the fourth race. Maiden allowance event. They're going to travel 5 furlongs. 6, 1, and 3 will be the call of Ashley Mayu and myself. Ashley is going with number 1, Perfect Mine, on top, as is Bill McGurr, our morning line setter. But the reasons I went with number 6, Stormy Susie, was the cutback in distance from 6 to 5 furlongs again, and a couple of very impressive morning workouts here. 2 bullet workouts right there on the tab recently from May 22nd and May 26th here at Fort Erie Racetrack. So maybe Stormy Susie and one of our leading riders from recent years, Kirk Johnson, in the saddle for number 6, Stormy Susie. Now, number 1, Perfect Mind. This is the only horse that Bill McGurr in his morning line listed below even money on the entire card today. So this is certainly a conviction call by Bill McGurr to go 44 to 5 on the morning line call for number 1, Perfect Mind. But I'm going to stick with Stormy Susie on top and maybe some lesser shares for number 3, My Final Trick, although My Final Trick will be 4 pounds over going into the gate today with rider Helen Vanek. On to race 5. This is where I find my day's best bet, and I'm going to explain why. It's all statistical based. Pachamama, on the basis of the trainer claim angle, coming into the ownership and care of Nick Mullaney Jr. So the trainer and jockey percentage is extremely high. The trainer claim angle, the track handicapper Ashley Mayu really turned up a great statistic here in support of my viewpoint. Notes that Nick Mullaney Jr. and Helen Vanek won at a 46% clip from 26 starters over the past year. Really, I would highly recommend you visit Ashley's tip sheet on our website, forterieracing.com, for all of these in-depth statistical notes that you're going to get. So on the basis of all of these overwhelming statistical advantages, Pachamama, number 3. We saw it often last year where Nick Mullaney Jr. and Helen Vanek would win first out with a starter that had just come into their care. That's the situation here. Ashley, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's morning line all coming down on the side of Pachamama in race 5. Number 4, Express Banking, and number 5, Secret Trick also have some current form to share. Number 6, Dixie Brew, a big-time winner here to finish off the meet last year for Michael Blake and Melanie Pinto. But all of us calling on Pachamama to get the job done in race 5, although the price is likely to be very low. On to race 6, start of the program's final, 20-cent pick 3. 2, 3, and 6, my top 3. Chairman's Venom. On the basis of a trainer change to Julie Mathis. We saw Julie have an extremely productive year last year here at Fort Erie Racetrack in tandem with rider Helen Vanek. From 20 starters together, they came back at a 15% win rate. And this horse makes the move, intriguing one to me, from claiming to allowance company. Maybe that will allow this one to top this maiden allowance field. Number 3, Hot Copy, has a strong recent workout tab from the month of May here at Fort Erie, and that for several other reasons as well makes Hot Copy, number 3, the top call of Ashley Mayu, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's morning line. But on the basis of the trainer change angle, I'm going to look for a slightly better price with number 2, Chairman's Venom, catching a maiden allowance field that might be to her liking in race 6 to start the program's last rolling pick 3. On to the 7th race. Allowance optional claiming field from 12,500 down to 12,000. Feature of the program for opening day 2020 from here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And my top 3 will be 4, 1, and 5, Capoeira. Some recent current form to go on here with a strong showing at Tampa Bay Downs as recently as April 4th for trainer Paula Loescher and rider Pierre Melhot. I think this one may have the conditioning advantage to start off 2020 here at Fort Erie Racetrack. That's the angle I'm going to depend on. But I'm out there on a limb again, alone, picking this one on top. Ashley, the Daily Racing Form, Bill McGurr's Morning Line, all going with number one, Light of Congrats. And it is a logical selection, no doubt, on Light of Congrats, who shows two strong recent bullet workouts right here at Fort Erie Racetrack. But I'm going to seek out a slightly better price, 4-1 in the morning line here for Capoeira. And already 3 for 3 in the money finishes in 2020. I hope something close to that morning line of 4-1 will hold up for Capoeira. Number 4 in race 7 to start off this program's final rolling daily double. The 8th and final race, regrettably, we lose one of the starters. Number 1, Wall Street Wolf, to a vet scratch. 3, 6, and 2 will be my top 3 call. Chilito Pekin, I'm calling on owner and trainer Elliott Sullivan again here for what could be wrapping up a very strong opening day of the meet in 2020 for that barn. Emil Ramsamy called on for the ride here. And Chilito Pekin picks up, of course, the trainer change angle, moving into the care of the high percentage barn of Elliott Sullivan from recent years here at Fort Erie Racetrack and the great veteran rider Emil Ramsamy. The only dissenting view is a 12-1 morning line venture by number 2, Bean Waiting, for the Daily Racing Form selector. I also gave Omar a call here. This one really intriguing to me. Brought back to the races last year after missing 2017 and 2018 from live racing action. But here you get a winner of 17 of 44 lifetime starts, this 11-year-old great veteran, and a lifetime bankroll approaching $250,000. So intriguing great veteran here who always seems to make his presence felt is number 6, Omar. Number 2, Bean Waiting, takes some class relief. Maybe that's the reason it is the top call of the Daily Racing Form. Number 5, Belder, good campaign. Last year banking more than $14,000 right here at Fort Erie Racetrack for Claudia Rabstein and owner Zig John Grinsteins. Rider Pierre Mailhot taking the call. So the 8th race, I'm going with the consensus view on number 3, Chilito Pekin. Thanks a lot for being with us, everyone, whether you are watching on FortErieRacing.com, HPI TV, HPIBet.com, all across the United States of America and across the world. It is Opening Day 2020 from historic Fort Erie Racetrack at hand, 14 minutes to first race post time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's opening day at Fort Erie Racetrack, and we have 8 races on the program. So without further ado, race 1's coming up, so let's jump right into it. We have a field of claimers looking for their 3rd lifetime win, and they'll be traveling a distance of 5 furlongs over the main track. We do have one scratch in here of the 4 Raspberry Wild, which really didn't change my selections. I still think the horse to beat is the 3 De Wonderful. And kind of the backstory on this mare: a few years ago, I kind of saw her in the paddock, didn't know who she was, so I asked the connections. They gave me her name. She was prepping for her debut. Now, on debut, she did take a decent amount of money that day, and she finished 3rd, beaten by a length and a half. Wasn't the easiest of trips. She definitely was green that day, but definitely learned a lot as well, which I liked. Was looking forward to her next start, and then she was sidelined. She'd have the rest of the season off, but she came back ready to roll in June of 2019, and she broke her maiden right away. Very impressive on the front end. And then in her following start, they actually shook things up. They sent her onto the turf course. She had to rate that day, but still got the job done. Looking at her most recent 2, obviously they were lackluster. In her most recent, she did have to go towards the front, and she was pressed, and she kind of faltered in the stretch, but I think the connections made the right move. They gave her the time off, and we know she's performed well off a layoff before. So I think with her versatility, You may see her on the front end, you may not, but I have confidence that she'll be able to kind of, run her race from wherever she's placed, which is why I made her my top selection. Now, looking at others in here, the horse to her inside, the Two Perfect Road, kind of an interesting horse. Something to note, this one was actually one of the first horses back on the grounds, which I think is something to maybe factor in, knowing that some horses were, kind of turned out on farms for the winter. Other horses are shipping in where race meets might have ended a little bit early. So I like to know that she got here early and was at least going to the track more so than maybe some of the others in here. And looking at her record, both of her lifetime wins have also come at Fort Erie, one going 6 furlongs, one going a mile and a 16th. And in both of those events, she ended up on the lead and it ended up working for her. And I'm not sure that'll happen today, is a possibility. I know her rider, Helen Vanek, is very good at getting horses out of the gate, so I think it is a possibility since they're only going 5 furlongs, but I think there's other things to factor in, such as the horses to her outside. Regardless, she does have some big numbers over this surface, a 65, but that was going a mile and a 16, so I would use her. For me, I just thought De Wonderful was maybe a step above her. Speaking of some of the other horses in here, the 5 Glorious Freedom's going to get blinkers on today, which I think could definitely change things up for this mare. She typically is forwardly placed, but never finds herself on the lead. And knowing that it is a smaller field, it wouldn't shock me to see her connections to tell Pierre Malhot to make the lead today and try to take them gate to wire. She does have 2 seconds here at Fort Erie, and if you kind of look at the horses that she faced, one of the winners was Express Banking, who's in later today. The other one is Farfalla. She was actually accomplished here at Fort Erie and also at Woodbine, so she is definitely a nice mare as well. Finally, the horse that drew the rail is Written, has had 4 starts at Fort Erie and has hit the board in all of them. I think my concern with her is her recent form has been a little lackluster. She may get back on track returning to Fort Erie, knowing that Mahoning Valley is a different surface. If you kind of look at the times of the races and just physically the surface itself, it is deeper. So maybe she prefers the Fort Erie dirt course over Mahoning's, but I'd like to see a start out of her before I make any assessment of how she is in recent times. So I did land on the 3 De Wonderful, and then I found the 2 Perfect Road to be a bit enticing. Good luck.
Riders up is the call. Here come the horses onto the track for the first race. Here's the field. Written number 1, trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable in the irons, Howard Newell. Perfect Road is number 2, going to race 2 pounds over with Helen Vanek in the irons for owner and trainer Julie Mathis. D Wonderful, number 3, conditioned by Kevin Buttigieg for owner Anthony Russo in the irons, Melanie Pinto. Number 4 was a vet scratch 5, Glorious Freedom, partnered by Pierre Melhot, conditioned by Elliott Sullivan for owner Bruno Chicadans. Field of the first race at 5 furlongs, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. Starting gate has taken position for the first race. Time running out for the first race wagering. Riders now under instruction to bring their horses to the gate. Stepping up into the gate now. Longest on the board, Written. Hovering at about 6-1, first in. Perfect Road, close third choice at 2-1 at this moment. Favorites D Wonderful and Glorious Freedom complete the line. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for the 2020 campaign of live action from Fort Erie Racetrack. It's Perfect Road and D Wonderful, joined by Written down in on the fence. 2 more lengths to Glorious Freedom, who's going to be the trailer along the backstretch. Well underway here with the 123rd season of live action from Fort Erie Racetrack, and they run three across into that turn. Along the inside, Written holding sway. Then Perfect Road. D Wonderful is under again, and Glorious Freedom is swinging out wide as they come into the top of the stretch. Written tries to show the short way home, 23 and 2 the front quarter. They're in the stretch, and here they come. For home in the opener of 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Written tries to take it all the way. Glorious Freedom has come through for second, and then D Wonderful and Perfect Road. Written. And Howard Newell going to go taillights down the highway in the 2020 Curtain Riser. Glorious Freedom second, D Wonderful was third, Perfect Road last to finish, a minute and 2/5 in the first for Written. The unofficial first race winner, number 1, Written, a dark Bear Brown 5-year-old mare by Rote from Races Halo. Bred in Florida by Sandra McKinney. Trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable, and the winning ride to Howard Newell. 6-1 first race upset when posted official for number 1, Written. The first race payoff price is now posted from Fort Erie Racetrack. In victory, number 1 written, 14.10 to win and 4.90 to place. No show wagering on the first. 5 Glorious Freedom, 2.80 to place. The exact of 1 and 5, 24.90. The first race, $2 trifecta, $58.80. Make it $53.80. No superfecta or show wagering on the first race. Here are the race 2 changes. Number 2, Sent from Heaven, is a vet scratch. 4, Big Classic, and 5, Milwaukee Magic, each racing 1 pound over. 17 minutes to post time from race 2 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
kicks off the early pick four, and this field of claimers will be going a distance of 5 furlongs over the main track. My original top selection was the 2 Sent from Heaven, who is scratched. So looking at the rest of the field, I thought the race shaped up to be a 2-horse race between the 3 Silent Contempt and then the 4 Big Classic. I gave Silent Contempt the edge for a few reasons, but I really think this gelding, who is an 8-time career winner from 19 starts, has really, kind of come into his own since joining his new barn. They've had him now for 4 starts. His first one, he didn't show much. He was 9th in 11-horse field, but his last 3, he's won them all. He's won on the lead, or he's been kind of hard chasing in second or third and has still gotten up to win. Just really had to grind to get the job done. So I think getting pressed from the 4 Big Classic, I think he'll be able to handle himself, which is why I made him my top pick. But Big Classic is another horse you have to consider. He does have 1 win here at Fort Erie, which came 2 starts back. He was claimed out of there for $3,000. Then his new connections, Joe Humber, decided to take him down to Mountaineer. He went to the front over a sloppy track there and said goodbye. I mean, he did kind of get a little tired in the end, but he still almost won by 5 lengths. I just am not sure he's really faced the same pressure that Silent Contempt has, which is why I decided to make the 3 Silent Contempt my top selection. Good luck.
With the call to the post, here come the horses for race 2. Your attention, ladies and gentlemen, by order of the paddock veterinarian. Late scratch out of race 2 of number 1, Conqueror Galactus. 1, Conqueror Galactus. Late vet scratch out of race 2. Silent Contempt on Parade past the grandstand, number 3. Trained by Kevin Buttigieg with Chris Husbands in the irons. Big Classic 4, partnered by Sunny Singh. Joe Humber conditions for owner Joy Elkins. Milwaukee Magic is number 5, racing for Robert and Nancy Warner in the irons, Juan Crawford. Number 1, Conqueror Galactus 2, Sent from Heaven, vet scratches out of race 2. It is the start of the 20-cent early pick 4. Under 5 minutes to post time to race 2 from Fort Erie. Starting gate has taken position for race 2. Riders now requested to bring their horses to the gate. Time running out for the 20-cent pick 4 and all race 2 wagers. First to arrive at the gate, the overwhelming race 2 favorite, Silent Contempt. Second choice, the Gray, Big Classic. Milwaukee Magic stepped in. Stand by for a start. Race 2. They're off. Little tardily away was Milwaukee Magic. Big Classic has been the best one out of the gate in the early strides. Silent Contempt is going to be right there attending. And Milwaukee Magic has rejoined the front duo, so they're going to run as a troika into the turn, side by each. Silent Contempt along the inside. Big Classic on the outside, and then Milwaukee Magic. Not much motion in the saddle yet from Chris Husbands, but Big Classic stays tough on the outside and matches strides for Sunny Singh, along with Silent Contempt. Milwaukee Magic, Little Rough leaving the gate and is 4 more lengths back in third. Big Classic has a head in front, now a long neck. Silent Contempt is asked for more run. Big Classic holding sway. The quarter was 23-1. Which of these two? Big Classic doing the better work in the stretch for Sunny Singh, and Big Classic draws off to win. Big Classic second choice at 5-2. Conqueror of the 1-5 shot, Silent Contempt. Milwaukee Magic last to finish. As Big Classic wins race 2, the 5 furlongs, in 59-2. Big Classic returning from race 2. The Greyhound 4-year-old gelding by Big Screen from Genuine Faith by Regal Classic. Bred in Ontario by Rosalio and Larry Edwards. Trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins and the winning ride to Sunny Singh. Big Classic set to roll off the shelf, wins the 2020 racing debut to run the 5 furlongs in 59 and 2. Here are the race 2 official prices. Big Classic in victory, $7.20 and $2.10. Silent Contempt $2.10. There was no show or superfecta wagering on race 2. The Exacta $8.60. The Trifecta $7.60. We had a consolation daily double because of the late scratch of number 1 Conqueror Galactus $10.90. And the daily double of 1 and 4 $66.30. Again, there was a consolation double because of the late scratch of 1 Conqueror Galactus out of race 2. Here are the third race changes from Fort Erie Racetrack. Number 3, 77 Stone, has a jockey change. Make it Melanie Pinto. Melanie Pinto to ride 3, 77 Stone in race 3. Number 4, Good Old Hockey Game, No Bar Shoe. Good Old Hockey Game will race 6 pounds over. Race 3, start of a rolling pick 3. Under 17 minutes to post time to the third race from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 3 is an optional claiming event. These horses will be going a distance of 6 furlongs over the main track. And looking through the field, I think all eyes will be to the horse on the rail, Anechoic. Elliott Sullivan claimed this horse last time out for $10,000, so I think this is a good spot to keep the horse protected. And he does well off the claim. He wins at 25%. With that said, the effort was definitely disappointing. This horse went off as the post time favorite, Ended up finishing last, beaten by 13. But the track was muddy and he was going a mile that day. So I think now focusing on the one-turn races, the 5.5 furlong effort two back resulted in a win. The Beyer number was strong. That was at the 10,000 level. Even looking at some of the other levels he's faced, he has faced tougher and has been able to hang in for a share. You look at the starter allowance race, I know it was going a mile, but he was right there with him. So I think he's got some class on him. I definitely think if he likes Mahoning Valley, he should be fine here. He's got some natural speed, which is definitely a benefit. He will have some pressure, though, to his outside, I think, from 2 Bronze Age, who has shown speed in most of his races here at Fort Erie. I mean, he does have a win and a second from 6 starts, but typically he finds himself running out of gas. So Anacoic might face pressure, but I do have a feeling that Bronze Age won't be able to keep his bid. And then just kind of looking at some others in here, the 4 Good Old Hockey Game will definitely take some play. Does have one start here at Fort Erie where that one finished second, but you have to go back to July 2017 to find that race. If you look at his most recent races, he's kind of been versatile. He's been able to close from pretty far back, or he's been able to rate. So I do like his versatility. Kirk Johnson's going to climb aboard, which he's always a competitive rider at this meet. So I think there's a lot of positives towards this horse. I'm just not kind of sure what they'll end up doing with him as far as their strategy. And I do think Anacoic is speedy and may be able to kind of divide himself from the field. And then finally, a horse that I thought was enticing that probably won't get much play is the horse to the outside, the 5 Mr. Nada. Really loves Fort Erie. He's 6 for 10 on the board here. I know he doesn't really care for the distance, but the race that I really want to highlight is the race 3 back. They're going a little bit longer, 6.5 over the main track. And while it wasn't as tough of competition as he'll face today, the number came back out of there. And more importantly, he was able to rate just off the leaders, but then capitalized on those front end pace setters who couldn't keep their bids and was able to close and get his head down in time to get the win. So I think if Bronze Age and Anacoic lock up, Mr. Nada will at least have some sort of a chance to kind of make up some ground. But I do think Anacoic is the horse to beat. And then I would probably turn to Good Old Hockey Game in second, knowing that this horse still does like the dirt from a limited number of starts, but has a little bit of versatility. Good luck.
Horses are moving into the walking ring for race 3. Less than 8 minutes to post. Here come the horses onto the track for race 3. Anechoic leading the parade. Number 1, co-owned and trained by Elliott Sullivan, sharing ownership with Bruno Chickadans. Hired to ride is Emil Ramsamy. Bronze Age, number 2, conditioned and owned by Sam Melli. The rider is Juan Crawford. 2, Bronze Age, racing with inserts. Inserts added, number 2, Bronze Age. 77 stone, number 3, jockey change to Melanie Pinto. Trained by Paul Lepien for MPB Stables, Melanie Pinto riding 3, 77 stone. Good Old Hockey Game, number 4, conditioned by Daniel Wills for Gene Ryan, partnered by Kirk Johnson. 5, Mr. Nada, has Pierre Melhot up for owner and trainer Gary Chidobiak. They're on the track to run 6 furlongs in race 3. Start of another pick 3 with Superfecta, rolling double, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show. Third race post time, fast approaching from Fort Erie Racetrack. Riders requested to take their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point. Still time for the superfecta, rolling pick 3 and all third race wagering. Starting gate takes position. Last few moments of wagering time here for race 3. They've arrived at the gate, readying to load. Anacoic at 4 to 5 respect. First in. Bronze Age in double digits. Long shot 77 stone. Second choice, good old hockey game. Mr. Nada completing the line. Standing by for a start. Race 3, they're at the post. They're off. And they left in a pretty good line there. Anacoic, Bronze Age, right along the inside. Good old hockey game, Mr. Nada to the outside, and about 5 more lengths back, maybe 6, 7, 8 lengths now to 77 stone. So all the way along the backstretch, it's Bronze Age hooking up with Anacoic, and then back to Mr. Nada on the outside of good old hockey game, and a big gap of separation back to 77 stone. They still go together, nose to nose and toe to toe up top. On the inside, the heavy favorite Anacoic, Bronze Age pressuring that one. Mr. Nada has right there taken a good spot in third, losing a little bit of ground there going into the turn. It was good old hockey game. 77 stone, not yet a factor. Anacoic brings him inside the quarter pole. Bronze Age has gone a big trip. Mr. Nada is going to get a rail run after quarters of 22 and 4, 46 seconds, taxing enough splits. Anacoic under pressure all the way. Along the inside, Mr. Nada tries to reach desperately. Bronze Age won a big trip, but Anacoic was just too good and well meant this day. Anacoic shows the short way home as a 2 to 5 favorite. Mr. Nada up for second, Bronze Age third, 77 stone, did salvage fourth after a poor start as Anacoic goes the route in 112 and 3. The unofficial results of race 3, 1 Anechoic, the winner, 5 Mr. Nada, unofficially second, 2 Bronze Age third, 3 77 Stone fourth. The unofficial superfecta 1, 5, 2, and 3. Anechoic, the unofficial winner of race 2. Gelding by Mineshaft from Perfectly Quiet by Quiet American. Bred in Kentucky by J.S. McDonald. Co-owned and trained by Elliott Sullivan. Co-owned by Bruno Chickadans. And the winning ride executed by Emil Ramsamy. Second win in 4 starts this year, and the 13th career win in just 25 starts. Anechoic, first to run the 6 furlongs in race 3 in 1:12 and 3, when posted official. Race 3 results have gone official. 290 on the win ticket, Anechoic, 230 and 210 across. Mr. Nada, 430 and 240. 2 Bronze Age, 240, the exact at 1020. The trifecta, 1920. The dollar superfecta, 1, 5, 2, and 3, $29.10. The rolling daily double, 1790. And the program's first, rolling pick 3, $66.70. The fourth race is next from Fort Erie Racetrack. Number 2, Awesome Flight, picks up a jockey change to Nikki Alderson. Awesome Flight will carry 110 pounds. 3, My Final Trick, 4 pounds over. 6, Stormy Susie, 8 pounds over. Race 4, start of this program's 20-cent pick 5. The 20-cent pick 5 starting right here on race 4. 17 minutes to post from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 4 is our first of 2 maiden special weight events on today's program, and it also kicks off our pick 5. Now, kind of going through the field, I think the number 1, Perfect Mind, looks to be the best on paper. She does have 2 starts under her belt, both of which were at Presque Isle, when she was under the care of Linda Rice. And looking at those two, I think she had some excuses. In her debut, she faced Foyce, which is going to be a little bit tougher, and she finished fifth. She didn't break the best, and she kind of was shuffled towards the back. Now, in her most recent, she did face girls that day, but the thing is that she was stretching out in distance. She was going to 1:70, and I really liked that she was a bit more forwardly placed and put into contention early, but she kind of just flattened in the end, and she finished fifth, beaten by 4.5. Keeping that all in mind, Charles Fipke typically sends his horses, if they're going to come to Fort Erie, they're going to go to the barn of Mickey Neubauer. And Mickey Neubauer is typically going to give riders call to Melanie Pinto. And last season, these two teamed up 7 times and they won 5 of them. 71%, so that's hard to ignore. Then you combine that with the way this horse has been working. I'm not sure that a synthetic surface is her preferred surface, especially looking at her most recent breeze. She seemed to step it up in her second one here, so I think all of the signs point to her. Going through the rest of the field, though, I think maybe the 4 is one to consider. Pennies from Above. She's a daughter of Munnings. She does have 2 starts here. She was well beaten both, especially the most recent, but if you look at the debut, she just kind of rated right off the leader. It was just simply second best that day. In her following start, she faced a very dominant winner, Brute Rose, who drew off by over 16 lengths in the end. So I'm not too alarmed by the 20-length beat there, knowing that the other horses were kind of somewhat closer. So that kind of moved her up a little bit in my opinion, but I do think Perfect Mind probably is a better horse than her. Then finally, looking at the others, I think the 3, My Final Trick, not sure what to make of her. She only has 1 start under her belt, where she finished towards mid-pack. She was beaten by 4.5. She didn't break the greatest in that maiden optional claiming event, so she could improve second time out. Helen Vanek's going to climb aboard for Daryl Hasmatali. The Byron number was fine, so she's 7-2 morning line. I expect she's going to take some play off of that, but I do think the 1, Perfect Mind, simply looks to be the best on paper. Good luck.
Riders up is the call for race 4. Perfect Mind on parade for race 4. Melanie Pinto to ride, trained by Mickey Neubauer for owner Charles Fibke. Awesome Flight is number 2. With the rider change to Nikki Alderson, trained by Paul Lepian for MPB Stables. My Final Trick, number 3, campaigning for Daryl Hasmatelli with Helen Vanek aboard. Next on the parade is 5 Not a House Frau, conditioned by Claudia Rabstein for owner Joe McKinnon, partnered by Pierre Mailhot. Stormy Susie, number 6, owned by Pier 1 Stables, trained by Julie Mathis in the irons, Kirk Johnson. Also on the track is 4 Pennies from Above, conditioned by Tom Steer for owner Richard Walpole, hired to ride Juan Crawford. They're all on the track for the 4th race, start of this program's 20-cent Pick 5. The 20-cent Pick 5 starts here on race 4. Race 4 in less than 5 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack. Starting gate is taken position at the 5 furlong point for race 4. Still time for the 20-cent pick 5 and all fourth race wagering. Riders now under instruction to bring their horses to the gate. Time is running out for the 20-cent pick 5 and fourth race wagers from Fort Erie. Six to five favorite Perfect Mind, first to arrive at the gate. Awesome Flight and Nikki Alderson step in at 14-1 status. My final trick with Helen Vanek walking in well. Next in is Long Shot Not a Hausfrau. Stormy Susie, the outside box. Pennies from Above has 4-1 respect. They're all locked and loaded now. Stand by for race 4. They're off. And they've all gone out in a pretty good looking line there. Perfect Mind right along the inside. Not a Hausfrau from the outside. Then My Final Trick. Awesome Flight right there attending. Pennies from Above and Stormy Susie complete the field. Not a Hausfrau is adding pressure on the outside to Perfect Mind. Perfect Mind made to run hard into the turn. They went the front quarter with Perfect Mind trying to shrug off Not a Hausfrau. 23 seconds flat, round to the top of the stretch. Perfect Mind, Not a Hausfrau, Awesome Flight. And fourth, but not threatening at this stage with no more gain from My Final Trick than Pennies from Above and Stormy Susie. Perfect Mind, Not a Hausfrau has never gone away. They're in the stretch. Perfect Mind still going on with it. Not a Hausfrau has gone a pretty big looking trip. Melanie Pinto looking back over the right shoulder and loving what she needs. She's got a winner under her named Perfect Mind. Not a Hausfrau, a solid second. Awesome Flight was third. Pennies from Above saved fourth. It's 59 seconds flat for the 5 furlongs for Perfect Mind. One Perfect Mind posted first. 5 Not a Hausfrau outruns her odds to finish second at big double digits. 2 Awesome Flight posted third, and 4 Pennies from Above posted fourth. Unofficially, your race 4 Superfecta 1, 5, 2, and 4 from Fort Erie. Perfect Mind is returning from race 4. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Mineshaft from Perfect Forever by Perfect Soul. Bred by the owner Charles Fipke in Kentucky. Trend in Ontario by Mickey Neubauer. And the winning ride executed by Melanie Pinto. Perfect Mind runs the 5 furlongs. 59 and 3 when posted official. The official payoff prices from race 4. Perfect Mine, 520 to win, 380 and 250. Not a Hausfrau, longest on the board off at 22 to 1, kicks back 16.10 to place and 670 to show. Awesome Flight, 430 to show. The exact to 57.50. The trifecta, $253.90. Dollar Superfecta, 1, 5, 2, and 4, returns $513.25. Rolling Daily Double, 1 and 1, $5.90. And the Pick 3 concluded on race 4, $33.30. You're invited to become a member for free at hpibet.com and get a $100 bonus. Your first bet is on hpibet.com. Your membership includes the ability to bet online or on site at any time. You can wager on over 500 tracks from around the world, watch 4 live streams simultaneously, and receive the hpibet.com rewards and much more. That's hpibet.com. Join for free today. Here are the race 5 changes. Number 2, It's Nice to Be Nice, 1 pound over. 3, Pachamama, 2 over. 4, Express Banking will race 8 pounds over. 18 minutes to post time to race 5. Start of this program's late 20-cent pick 4.
Well, the late pick 4 gets underway here in race 5. I think if you're going to punch a ticket, you're going to have to use a couple horses in here. I found it difficult to just come up with one horse on the top spot in this non-winners of 2 on the year, but ultimately I did land on the 3 Pachamama. I do think she's going to be tough making her debut here at Fort Erie. Now, she's a 7-year-old mare. She's a tough horse for sure. She's only got one eye, and you'll kind of see that if you check out the TV and you can get a good look at her. With that said, she's a 12-time lifetime winner from 51 starts, and she's not winning. She's typically making the board. In her last 2, she's been a bit more forwardly placed, and they've both resulted in runner-up finishes. In the most recent start, she was claimed for $4,000 by Nick, and he does do well off the claim. And I think they'll have options with her. I mean, Helen can definitely get her out of the gate if they want to go towards the front, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her try to replicate some of her more recent efforts. Looking at others in here, I think a horse that's kind of going to get passed over that I would consider is the 6 Dixie Brew. She was 4 times on the board last season from 6 starts, and she did win her last 2 races. In those, she was a bit more forwardly placed, but even when she's kind of shuffled towards the back, she's still one of those horses that is going to try her heart out. You can kind of see that on opening day last year. The track was muddy. She faced a pretty tough group of $6,000 open claimers, and in there, she was towards the back of the pack, had some work to do, and she was able to rally for 3rd. We'll see the runner-up in that race, About a Girl, later today. It's worth noting that she's won one of our signature races here, which is the Andy Passero Memorial Cup, so that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of the competition she faced in the past. I'd like to see Melanie Pinto climb aboard her, because if you watch her, she's definitely not the easiest of rides. Looking through the rest of the field, I think the 5 Secret Trick might be interesting. Hasn't raced here at Fort Erie and has been typically at Mahoning Valley racing at a distance of a mile. And those races might be a little bit too long for her, knowing that she kind of just hangs around for a share. You'll definitely see that 2 starts back where the winner drew off by 7. And she was able to keep her position, but she wasn't able to close in on the gap there. So I think the cutback in distance should definitely help her. 2 of her 10 lifetime wins have come at 6 furlongs. But ultimately, I'm going to be looking to the 3 Pachamama, then the 6 Dixie Brew, and finally the 5 Secret Trick. Good luck.
The race 5 field is moved into the walking ring, less than 7 minutes to post. After completion of today's program, we invite you to be back with us next Monday. Next Monday, June 8th, we will move into our Monday and Tuesday schedule for the 2020 campaign. Live action from Fort Erie Racetrack all throughout 2020, right through to the end of the meet, October 13th. Post time each Monday and Tuesday at 1:20 p.m. For the racing schedule, live stream, Ashley Mayhew's handicapping free tip sheet, and much more, visit our website, forterieracing.com. That's forterieracing.com. Riders up, they're on their way out. They're answering the Reinhold Nagel call to the post and entering the track for race 5. Secretariat's honor to lead the post parade of race 5. Chris Husband's in the iron, trained by Barrington Cito for owner Ian D'Souza. Next to parade is 3 Pachamama, campaigning now for Nick Mullaney Jr. in the irons, Helen Vanek. 4 is Express Banking, trained by Julie Mathis for Joey G Thoroughbreds. With the call, Kirk Johnson. Secret Trick is number 5, racing for owner-trainer Elliot Sullivan with Emil Ramsemi. 6 is Dixie Brew, conditioned by Michael J. Blake for Michael S. Blake and Partners and Ascot Stud, partnered by Melanie Pinto. Also on the track to complete the field is 2 It's Nice to Be Nice, campaigning for Nancy and Robert Warner. In the irons, Juan Crawford. Claiming field to run 6 furlongs in race 5, this starts the late 20-cent pick 4. Start of a 20-cent pick 3. There's Superfecta, rolling double, trifecta exact to win, place, and show on race 5, coming right up from Fort Erie. Riders have reported back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point for race 5. Time running out for the late 20-cent pick 4 and all race 5 wagers. Starting gate is in position. Now arriving at the gate, the race 5 field. In double digits, Secretariat's Honor is first in. Longest on the board, It's Nice to Be Nice. Slight favorite, Pachimama. Third choice, Express Banking, readying to load. Second choice, Secret Trick. Dixie Brew at about 5-1, steps up. Stand by for a start. Race 5. They're off. Secret Trick has jumped well, so has Dixie Brew and Pachimama, and down tight to the inside is Secret's Honor. Express Banking moves up into contention, and right there with the lead pack, It's Nice to Be Nice. Little to choose in this field of 6 along the backstretch. Pachimama inside, Express Banking on the outside. Dixie Brew moves up third and widest of all. Along the inside, It's Nice to Be Nice, then Secret Trick, and Secretariat's Honor is now the trailer. Pachimama put into a good stride by Helen Vanek into the turn. Express Banking a length off on the outside. A break of 3 more lengths, and Dixie Brew is still third. Then It's Nice to Be Nice, Secret Trick, and Secretariat's Honor. Pachimama trying to slam the door shut early on this field, looking strong. The front quarter was 23 seconds flat. It's Pachimama and then all of the rest of the field. Pachimama. Helen Vanek looking back over her right shoulder to see where the rest of the field went. And they're about 6, 7, 8 lengths in arrears. Pachimama in a romp. You got 3s on top of the ticket. Head to the cashier's line for Pachimama. Here's the place battle. Secret Trick is moving up for second on the line. Yes, Secret Trick second. Express Banking third. Secretariat's Honor was fourth. And Pachimama in the ultimate jog burger in 1:11. Corrected win time, 1:11.4. Here's Pachimama returning from race 5. The Dark Bear Brown 7-year-old mare by Elusive Charlie from Disco Dora by Disco Rico. Bred in New York by Dr. Stephen Sanara. Owned and trained by Nick Mullaney Jr. The winning ride to Helen Vanek. Third start of 2020 is the winning one by wide open lengths in Fort Erie for Pachimama. Runs the 6 furlongs in 1:11.4. The unofficial superfecta, 3, 5, 4, and 1. The payoff prices from race 5. Pachimama as favored, 350 to win, 230 and 210. Secret Trick, 330 and 230. Express Banking, 270 to show. The Exacta, 880. The Trifecta, $20.90. The Dollar Superfective, 3, 5, 4, and 1, $20.25. Rolling Daily Double, 1170. The Pick 3 ended on race 5, 675, and the early Pick 4, $57.55. Our website is always available and now in high definition. Watch live in HD at FortErieRacing.com. Our racing schedule, Ashley's tip sheet, much more, and now you can watch live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. Here are the 6th race changes. To Chairman's Venom, 4 pounds over. For A Little Irish Luck, 2 over. 5 Stella Terra, racing 3 pounds over. The 6th race kicks off this program's last rolling Pick 3. 17 minutes to post time to race 6 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 6 is our second maiden special weight event on the program, and in comparison to the earlier race, I think this race on paper was a little bit difficult to figure out the pace scenario. A lot of these horses haven't shown speed, or at least they haven't shown it over the Tapeta, the turf, whatever surface they were racing on. With that said, I did go to the 3 hot copy knowing that she had dirt experience, but specifically because her career best effort came over the dirt. You can see that race was on November 9th at Churchill Downs. She finished 4th against maiden 30s, and while she was going longer, I'm not worried about her shortening up in distance. I actually think it might help her, knowing that she lost ground in that race. Her most recent workouts here at Fort Erie, they've been good, and you can see before that she was in Kentucky. Her connections actually picked her up out of the January sale at Keeneland for $3,500. So with all that in mind, that's why I made her my top spot. But a horse that might be one to consider is the horse to her inside, the 2 Chairman's Venom. I think this horse might appreciate a new surface, a change of scenery. She showed a lot of promise in her 2-year-old debut up at Woodbine. The race was scheduled for the turf and got moved to the Tapeta, but she finished well. She finished 3rd in there, beaten by 5 1/4. And based on that performance, her connections decided to keep her on the Tapeta. They tried different things. They dropped the claiming price. They stretched her out in distance. But both of those efforts resulted in off-the-board finishes. So I think she'll fit well at this level as long as she can handle the dirt. And then looking at the rest of the field, I think the horse on the rail you have to consider, knowing that she's at least gotten a piece of the pie in the past, but she has had plenty of starts and attempts to break the maiden and is yet to do so. She's an 0 for 18 maiden. I don't think start 19 is going to get the job done for her. And, you know, looking at her most recent 2 starts back, she did race here at Fort Erie and she was well beaten. But as I mentioned earlier, the winner of that race, Brute Rose, was a dominant winner. So don't look into the margin of victory too much. Prior to that, she had a 3rd place finish in for a $7,500 tag over the Tapeta. And that race was probably one of her better efforts in the most recent races. But again, she's had plenty of starts. So for that reason, I can't endorse her on the top spot. And I will go to the 3 hot copy with the dirt experience. Then the 2 Chairman's Venom will be making her 3-year-old debut today.
Here's a weight change for the 8th race just announced. In the 8th race, 6 Omar, 3 pounds over. That's the Fort Erie 8th race. 6 Omar, 3 pounds over. They are answering the Reinhold Nagel call to the post and entering the track for race 6. Here is Trickeration leading out the race 6 post parade. Howard Newell hired to ride by trainer Barrington Cito and owner Radcliffe Stable. Chairman's Venom is number 2, conditioned by Julie Mathis for Joey G Thoroughbreds, in the irons Helen Vanek. Hot Copy number 3, trained by Michael J. Blake for owner Annette Blake. Hired to ride is Melanie Pinto. A Little Irish Luck number 4, conditioned by Bill McMahon for Janelle McMahon. The rider is Emil Ramsamy. Stella Terra number 5, trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Stable. Completing the field is 6 Terra Vila, also trained by Joe Humber for Terra Horse Farm, in the irons Pierre Melhot. They're all on the track for race 6, maiden allowance event field to travel 6 furlongs. Start of this program's final rolling pick 3. And there's Superfecta, rolling double, trifecta exact, win, place, and show. 6th race coming right up from Fort Erie Racetrack, opening day. The sixth race field at Fort Erie reporting back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point. Starting gate is now in position. Time winding down for the program's last 20-cent pick 3 and all sixth race wagers. Now they're reporting up to the gate and readying to load. $4-1 the price on Trickeration stepping in. Hot Copy hammered down to even money. A little Irish luck. 3 to go. Stella Terra next to walk up in. Long shot Terra Vila. And the bright gray in gate 2, Chairman's Venom. Standing by for a start. Race 6. At the post. They're off. Pretty good beginning for all except Chairman's Venom, who's back of the group quickly. So is Terra Vila from the extreme outside, and a little Irish luck surges away to lead it over Stella Terra, and along the inside is Trickeration. And then it's back to Chairman's Venom moving through with Terra Vila to the rear of the field, and Hot Copy is moving right up there, widest of all, into contention. Into the turn they will go. A little Irish luck is out on the lead, and Hot Copy is coming to call. With them, right up on the point, is Stella Terra. They move tightly compacted into the turn. Dropping back was Terra Vila suddenly. So up on the point still, Stella Terra chasing along a little Irish luck, and Hot Copy is looming bold out widest of all. Right there on the fence in behind horses is Trickeration. They run inside the quarter pole. The split times 23 and 3. 48 and 1 into the stretch. Hot Copy looming bold on the outside. Hot Copy trying to surge on by for the stretch lead. Crossing over now and desperately searching room down on the fence was Trickeration. Hot Copy battling long and hard with Stella Terra. Stella Terra is digging deep. Stella Terra refusing to lose. Stella Terra at 8-1 held off a determined Hot Copy and Trickeration, and Chairman's Venom was fourth. Stella Terra brilliant in victory for Sonny Singh and Joe Humber. 114 and 2. 5 Stella Terra is posted first. 3 Hot Copy posted second. 1 Trickeration third. 2 Chairman's Venom fourth. The unofficial race 6 Superfecta 5312. Stella Terra back. From race 6, Grey Orone 3-year-old filly by Organ Grinder from Stella's Song. Homebred of Terra Horse Farm of Ontario, trained by Joe Humber, Sunny Singh becomes the first rider to notch a double on the year. Back in race 2 with Big Classic, and returns for the victory photograph in race 6 with Stella Terra for Sunny Singh and a riding double. Sixth race results now official. Stella Terra was off at 8-1 and kicks back 1960 to win, 470 to place, 260 to show. Hot Copy 230 and 210. Trickeration 290, the Exacta 38.80. The Trifecta 116.50. Dollar Superfecta of race 6 531 and 2, $97.30. Rolling Daily Double 29.30, and the Pick 3 ended on race 6 $48.30. Thank you very much for being with us for opening day, ladies and gentlemen. Still the 7th and 8th races to go on the late daily double. And a reminder of our live racing schedule for the entire 2020 campaign every Monday and Tuesday, post time 1:20 p.m. That's live action from Fort Erie Racetrack all throughout 2020, Monday and Tuesday, 1:20 p.m. First race post. Now the 7th race changes. 3 Fleck, 1 pound over. 6 Snell Flicka, 8 over. 7 About a Girl, 3 pounds over. Start of the final rolling double. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. 19 minutes to the 7th from Fort Erie. First time seventh race note for number 2, Pasture Curfew, add inserts. In the seventh race, 2 Pasture Curfew races with inserts. 14 minutes to post time.
Race 7 is the feature event of the day, and it's a field of 7, and I almost think you could go in every direction here for the most part. I mean, looking at the field, it's a stacked group of fillies and mares. Some of them will be trying the dirt for the first time. Some of them will be cutting back in distance. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot to consider. With that said, I like the one Light of Congrats. I like the way this horse has been training here. For me, the most recent workout is a huge plus in my book. She worked 48 and 3 over a muddy track, which from what I can tell that day, it was actually a deep surface, so that's a really nice time. Looking at her past performances, she did break her maiden in her third start against Maiden Special Weight Company at Presque Isle Downs. She did it quite nicely. I obviously don't like her performance after that, but she's going to get some class relief today. And at least out of that most recent, she took some play. So I like to see that the betting public endorsed her on that day. And as I mentioned earlier, when these connections teamed up, they're very hard to ignore from a number standpoint. They won at 71% last year from 7 starts. Looking at the others in here, the 4 is a horse that I'm not sure what to do with, but I'm going to give her an attempt in here and give her a shot because she is classy. I mean, she's 5 years old. She's lightly raced. Looking at her wins, those 2 wins that she's had, her most recent was against claimers at Tampa, but they were 25,000 and they were non-winners of 2 lifetime, and she just crushed a pretty large field in a tough field. I mean, I look at the runner up in there. That horse has only had 4 starts, 2 wins and 2 seconds. The third place finisher came back 2 starts later to win for a non-winners of 2 lifetime for 16,000 at Tampa on the grass. So I know the competition she's faced is tough. Now she'll have 2 things to kind of answer for us today. She'll have to see if she can run on the dirt, and we'll have to see how she handles the cutback. I'm least concerned about the cutback because she does have a nice race going 6 furlongs over the Tapeta at Woodbine. I'm slightly concerned with the dirt, but then again, she does have breezes that at least the time suggests she'll be just fine. I do want to see what she kind of wavers at on the tote board, though. I'm really curious to see how much play she'll take. Finally, I have a bit of a sleeper, the 6, Snell Flicka. Really liked this filly last season. She's really game no matter what. You can see that from her record last year. She was on the board 12 out of 15, and she picked up 4 wins, which is quite impressive. Now, her most recent, she was claimed out of, and she moved to the barn of Gary Chidobiak. And, you know, he doesn't claim all the time, but when he does, he's decent with it. I know it shows 2 claims here, but I've looked at horses that he's picked up in years past, and he typically does quite well with them. For her, it's going to be the step up in class that is going to be her biggest obstacle, but I could see her being forwardly placed. And since they're only going 5.5, I think that will be to her advantage.
Here come the horses for the 7th race. Light of congrats to lead the 7th race post parade with Melanie Pinto aboard, for owner Charles Fipke and trainer Mickey Neubauer. To his pasture curfew, competing for Sam Melai with Emil Ramsamy aboard. Fleck is number 3, conditioned by John Sims for the Bussey Carpenter partnership. Juan Crawford to ride. Capoeira is conditioned by Paula Loescher for owner Robert Simonik, hired to ride Pierre Mailhot. 5 is Anniversary Rose, campaigning for Elliott Sullivan with Howard Newell. Kirk Johnson is hired to ride by Gary Chadobiak on the 6, Snellflicka. And 7 is About a Girl, Sunny Singh aboard, for owner and trainer Joe Humber. Feature event of the opening day program at Fort Erie Racetrack. Kicks off the final rolling double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win, Place, and Show. 7th from Fort Erie, loading into the gate in 4 minutes. 4 minutes to post time. Starting gate has taken position at the 5.5 furlong point. Still time for the superfecta and final rolling double here on the 7th. Riders now come under instruction to bring their horses to the gate for the 7th race. Readying to step in. Last few seconds of wagering time on the 7th. Third choice, Light of Congrats, is first in. Longest on the board, past your curfew. Long shot flag. Slight favorite, Capoeira. Anniversary Rose is getting 2-1 respect, stepping in. Snell Flicka just clicked up to 10-1. About a Girl at 8-1 completes the line. Stand by for a start, race 7. They're off. And Snell Flicka had a good beginning. Light of Congrats a little tardily away. About a Girl is going to be attending. Anniversary Rose surging to the lead, and Capoeira is right up there into the front 4. Then it's back to Fleck and Past Your Curfew, and Light of Congrats back of the group. So along the backstretch, Anniversary Rose is chased along by Snell Flicka as they move into the turn. Capoeira is attending well, and About a Girl is not far off on the outside 4th. Light of Congrats are recovering 5th. And then Past Your Curfew and Fleck to complete the field. Snell Flicka trying to overtake a stubborn Anniversary Rose. Right there, a well tripped out About a Girl. Capoeira, no more run yet. And Light of Congrats is up into the front five. Snell Flicka runs inside the quarter pole with a short lead, 22 and 3, 46 and 4. About a Girl looming bold on the outside. About a Girl, Snell Flicka having at it all the way down the stretch and moving up on the outside. About a Girl under just a hand ride to Sunny Singh. About a Girl does the best work. Sunny Singh triples up on the day, on opening day. About a Girl caught Snell Flicka and then back to a closing fleck. 106 and 3 for About a Girl. Seven, 6, 3, 5 posted the unofficial superfecta of race 7. 7, 6, 3, 5. About a Girl is back from the 7th race. The Chestnut 7-year-old mare by Philanthropist. From Tescheling by Langfuhr. Bred in Ontario by Galewood and W. Diamant. And it's a triple for the trainer and jockey combination of Joe Humber and Sunny Singh on opening day 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Tripling up on the card, the trainer-rider combination with About a Girl in the 7th when posted official. Results of the 7th race, now official. Off at 9 to 1, and About a Girl kicks back 20.70 onto the win ticket. $8 to place and $3.90 to show. Snell Flicka $6.50 and $4.80. Fleck $5.80 to show. The Exacta $105. The Trifecta $901.10. The Dollar Superfecta $7,635. $1,496.65. The Rolling Daily Double $208.40. And the Pick 3 ended on the 7th race, $174.25. Our replay show is back this year on Your TV Niagara for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday at 8 p.m. on Your TV Niagara, cable channel 700 in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the region. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, our weekly highlight and recap show. Your TV Niagara for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8. Here are the 8th race changes. Wall Street Wolf number 1, Vet Scratch. 4, Y'all Have a Nice Day, 4 pounds over. Number 6, Omar, will race 3 pounds over. On the 8th race, the Jackpot High Five Pentafecta. And their Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show wagering, 8th and final on opening day from Fort Erie, under 20 minutes to post.
Our opening day card is going to wrap up here in race 8. We do have one scratch of the horse on the rail, the one Wall Street Wolf. Looking at the others, there is a considerable amount of speed on paper. The 6 Omar, he's done his best running on the front end, as well as the 7 Big Band Benny. Think they're going to be facing a little bit better in here today, especially with the 2 Been Waiting and the 3 Shalito Pekin. But I understand looking at the speed. I just think these two could really burn each other out, especially in their first races off a layoff. Omar definitely needed a couple races last year. He was coming off a very long layoff. Now he's only coming off a layoff of about half a year. And he did come alive late in the season, but he is 11. So I'm going to kind of take a wait and see approach on him. Big Ben Benny, kind of the same thing. I want to see a start out of him, and I want to see how he handles pressure, because I think the only way he's going to get a part of this is if he goes to the lead. My top selection was the 3 Shalito Pekin, making his first start for trainer Elliott Sullivan. Just think this horse is hard to ignore, especially off the 2019 year. Yes, he only won twice, and he had a lot of runner-up placings, but he does have early foot, but he doesn't need the lead, and I think that's key with all the speed. If you look at his most recent effort, he was second, beaten by 3/4 of a length, but he rallied from off the pace. He didn't have the lead, and there's going to be so much speed in here that's why I think he's just going to blow by them in the end. The horse to his inside, the 2 Been Waiting. Definitely like this horse. I think this is definitely a relief in class for him. But he's a horse that typically likes to race a little bit longer in distance. He's actually even been really competitive, going a mile and a 16th. But he's still getting the job done, often hitting the board at 5 furlongs. You can see his races last year against non-winners of 2 on the year for 7,000. He finished with a win. The race after that, he finished second. So from a consistency standpoint, he's always there. But a big thing in his favor is the class that he's been facing. He's faced Grinnin' Bear, who's a very tough sprinter. He faced Sniper, which was our 2019 Horse of the Year. And then he's met horses like Martin Kelly, Banger Ridge, which are all really nice claiming horses here at Fort Erie. So I don't think we're going to get 12-1 on him. I think he'll be more in like the 4-1, 5-1 range. But he's one you have to watch, and this class relief is definitely going to help him today.
Ten minutes to the 8th race, offering you the Pentafecta, Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta Win Place and Show. For the 2020 campaign from Fort Erie Racetrack, we invite you to watch our stream live at forterieracing.com. Pre-race show at 12:45 p.m. First post at 1:20 p.m. every Monday and Tuesday. And online wagering available, hpibet.com. That's hpibet.com for online wagering and the free live stream at forterieracing.com. Post time each Monday and Tuesday through mid-October this year for our 39-date season. 1:20 p.m. every Monday and Tuesday afternoon from Fort Erie Racetrack. Riders are going up for the 8th. Here come the horses onto the track for the opening day 8th race finale at Fort Erie Racetrack. Here's the field for the 8th race. Leading the parade is 3 Chulito Pekin. Emil Ramsamy up for owner-trainer Elliott Sullivan. Y'all have a nice day, number 4. Conditioned by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable in the irons, Kirk Johnson. Balder is number 5, trained by Claudia Rabstein for owner Zig-John Grinsteins. Pierre Melhat aboard. Omar, number 6, campaigning for Nancy and Robert Warner. The jockey is Mark Lee Buchanan. 7 is Big Band Benny. Helen Vanek is the rider, trained by Chris Jolene for Leanne Willett. Earlier on the track to complete the field, 2 Bean Waiting with Melanie Pinto, the rider, trained by Armand Concessi for Rockpile Stable. So they're all out on the track for the 8th race in Fort Erie, scene of the 20-cent jackpot high 5, as well as Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win, place, and show. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to post time to conclude opening day 2020 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Starting gate is taken position at the 5 furlong point in preparation for the 8th. And the riders now come under instruction to bring their horses to the gate for the 8th race. Starting to load now. Co-second choice. Been Waiting first to step in. Hovering just above even money. Chilito Pekin favored. Long shot, y'all have a nice day. Balder's going to go off in double digits. The veteran Omar at a 9-2 price. Big Band Benny gets 7-2 respect. They're all in line. Stand by for the 8th. At the post. They're off. Big Band Benny has stepped slowly away. Omar emerged well on the outside. Chilito Pekin is an early pace factor. Y'all have a nice day joins right up there. Big Band Benny is resurgent on the extreme outside and running up with the leaders, and Balder is close up to the rear of the field on the flank of Been Waiting. They scrap long and hard up into the turn. Big Band Benny with Omar and Y'all have a nice day. Chilito Pekin is technically just in behind them. Second to last off the turn will be Balder, and 3 more lengths to Been Waiting to the top of the stretch. Big Band Benny is the one out widest of all, winging on the flanks of Omar and Y'all have a nice day. Balder has found a way on through. Chilito Pekin is going to get a rail run. Balder looming bold on the outside. Chilito Pekin, y'all have a nice day. Chilito Pekin had the ground-saving trip and drills on through to win it. Going away, Chilito Pekin. And Emil Ramsamy and Elliott Sullivan score again over Y'all have a nice day. And then Balder, Been Waiting, and Omar was 5th, and Chilito Pekin prevails in the nightcap in Fort Erie in 59-1. The unofficial high five pentafecta 3-4-5-2-6. That's the unofficial high five pentafecta of the 8th race, 3-4-5-2-6. Chilito Pekin from the 8th race. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Awesome Of Course. From Miss Mill by Bachelor Blues. Bred in Florida. By Tanner and Stable. Now owned and trained by Elliott Sullivan. The winning ride to Emil Ramsamy. The trainer and jockey combination teaming up for 2 on the day. 3, 4, 5, 2, 6. The unofficial high 5 pentafecta with a running time of 59 and 1. And the 8th race results have gone official. Off as the 3-2 choice, Chilito Pekin $5 on the win ticket, $3.40 and $2.60. Y'all have a nice day, $11.80 and $7.20. 5 Balder $4.60. The exacta $46.40. The trifecta $201.60. The dollar superfecta 3, 4, 5, and 2 $211.60. The $1 Super High 5, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6, $600.45. There is a carryover, $3,103 to next Monday's program. The final rolling double, $46.40. The program's final pick 3, $292.45. The late pick 4, $659.40. And this program's dollar pick 5, $1,243.95. Once again to next Monday, the jackpot high 5 carryover, $3,103. Our 2020 live racing schedule every Monday and Tuesday through October 13th from Fort Erie Racetrack. Pre-race show at 12:45 p.m. First post 1:20 p.m. each Monday and Tuesday this year. Be sure to join soon to hpibet.com and get $100 with your first bet on hpibet.com. Membership includes the ability to bet online or on site at any time. And you can wager on over 500 tracks from around the world, watching 4 live streams at the same time, and you'll receive HPI Bet awards and much more. That's hpibet.com to watch and wager on Fort Erie Racetrack's action in 2020. Join for free today. Our race replay show is back this year, post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. on your TV Niagara on the local Cogeco system, Channel 700 in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the region. For post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara, the weekly recap show, Thursdays at 8 p.m. You can watch live in high definition at forterieracing.com. Our website for racing schedules, Ashley Mayhew's tip sheet, and much more, including watching live in HD. That's forterieracing.com. Now, on behalf of our horse people, the staff and management, and racing officials, we'd like to thank you for being with us for Opening Day 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. Racing resumes next Monday and Tuesday, June 8th and 9th, post time at 1:20 p.m., the pre-race TV show at 12:45 p.m. Have a great week. Hope to see you again next Monday. Good evening from Fort Erie Racetrack. On the web at forterieracing.com.